Oh, now I see what. Hi, and Happy New Year. Like I said, I'll probably say that at least until Thursday. I just realized my cat needs water. I forgot to give them water before stream. Um, you're probably like, why don't you have you got the perpetual feeder, how come you don't have the perpetual waterer? We do, but the water sits in there too long, so it's a good idea on the surface, and I can't really put it on the. I mean, um, it's a 5-gallon thing, so it doesn't really fit. I mean, I can't really lift it. Okay, so. Oh, that would probably help. There we go, in case anybody wants to chat with me. I have it up. So I'm like 4 pages away from being done with this chapter. Then I gotta start the next chapter. And I changed some things. And, I wish I remembered that day in school. Okay, so they had like order of operations when you're writing a story. And, like it had next and then and, stuff like that. And, and I really wish I remembered that day. Of course, I was in, grade school or elementary school, whatever you want to call it. Why is there a huge cave in here? Weird. Well, actually, yeah. Just in case I care to explore that cave. Which I probably won't, but just in case. I don't like exploring caves. Only because I can never tell where I need to come back out at. I usually find another place to come out, and then I'm like lost. Anyway, I don't plan on doing justice today. Okay. Okay. Hey, 34 followers. Awesome. Okay. Anyway, I at least gotta get this down to that flat right there. This flat. Um... Yeah, I think I said I was within 39 pages of finishing or something like that at one point. Okay, so it's 53, so that means it's 43. Out of 81. So 7 would bring it up to 50. So 37, but there's 1, so 38. Anyway, it's not very much. So I'm going to at least do 4 pages in my story today. And probably at least start the next chapter. So they've got animals on Dreamlight Valley. I just remembered. But they've got animals on Dreamlight Valley that are time gated. You know, you have to be there between 7 and 8. You have to, it says 7 and 8 p.m., but it worked for 7 and 8 a.m. as well. Or, no, it said a.m. and p.m. worked. Something like that. Anyway. Anyway, it was a little weird, but it worked. Okay, so I will take this line out, and the one to the left here, and then, because we want to be on that end over there, I plan on doing the parking lot today. And if I can, we'll probably have to add a few things. Or rearrange where a few things are. I mean, we're having to do that anyway because we're having to do that anyway because the buildings are at an angle. And this is Minecraft, so you can't have it at an angle the way that it was. So okay. Because the more I look at my the more I look at oh oh well oh yeah, okay. Okay, we're at this level. That's the problem with doing this project the way I'm doing it. I keep forgetting that there's an over here to take out. Yeah, I don't got a whole lot to say today. Yeah, there's nothing really going on in our lives. Well, I found a, I think it's a guy. Um, I'm pretty sure it's a guy. But, he went and put together a whole big old train set in his living room, I think it is. Um, there's chairs and stuff in it. Anyway, he did, massive um, train board stuff in that room, and it looks so cool. It's even got little people and snowmen, and that's what's playing silently in the background right now. Okay. I feel like I am so good at building that football field. But I made it, better because the track is literally supposed to be right here, where it's right up against this part. But if you were watching a track meet, you wouldn't want it to be like that. So, anyway, I gave it a little bit more room. Taking a few little creative liberties, like right here. Anyway, so, oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. Where did I put it? Okay. You might be asking yourself, why does she have TNT? And there's actually a very good reason for that. I was trying to blow up some of some of the ground that I'm taking out. I was trying to take it out with the TNT, but then it blew up something I didn't want it to blow up, so we could save the TNT for later. So you'll notice the title says Fictional Ireland Rebuild 192. Yes, there has been 192 parts to this to get up to this to get up to this part and this day and this part, however you say however you say that to make it make sense. And yeah, we've built all of this stuff. We've gotten most of the houses the right color. We gave up on that project just for now. It's not like we're giving up completely. It's just that some of this other stuff need to be figured out. I've got a TSMC build. Remember, I call them it's TSMC. There's a hyphen and then Minecraft. Anyway, if you're stumped on how to build a regular everyday building, like maybe a Burger King or it could be even something like the Gotham? No. Wait, Wayne Enterprises? Yeah, I think it's Wayne Enterprises. Anyway, It could be something even as big as that, but he's got a bunch of builds. He's even got, underground subway. I think he's got a train station, all sorts of neat things. Um, and occasionally I go and take his build and make it even bigger. Um, I know there's something, or I take inspiration from it. So, so making it even bigger, you know, maybe building it the exact same way, but making it bigger is, changing it just that little much. And I did tell him. He says, "Go ahead and build it in your world." He doesn't mind. Um, but I told him, yeah, his builds are too small for me. I get claustrophobic. Um, so I have to build them a certain height and a certain. I mean, technically, if you were a Minecraft villager, one of those houses would probably be high vaulted ceilings for you, but I pretend that I'm walking in there and would I be able to, would I be able to walk in and function properly? And when I build my houses, like the ones over there, um, the answer is yes. But if I built them the way he builds them, the answer would be heck no. Because he only builds them 4 high sometimes, you know? Okay. And then. Oh, actually, wouldn't we be going that way? 'Cause there's supposed to be a tennis court here. I don't remember how to build the tennis court. Yeah, I'm sad to say that I don't remember how to build the tennis court. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, so we need 8 down here. Is this what we're doing? Yeah, so this is, with some obvious changes, is my high school when I was growing up. It did not have planters in between things. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so it didn't have planters in between, but I always thought it should because, like when it's a hot day. I didn't drive in high school. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Anyway, I didn't drive. Um, I didn't want to drive until I had my daughter. And then it was like, you know what? I need to be able to drive. Um, we had a problem where my mom had a bell. She probably still has that bell, but I'm just saying she had a bell. And my daughter used to do things to get in trouble on purpose and then sneak out the doggy door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. Anyway, she would do that because she knew that we'd go chasing after her and then she could go and, sneak out the doggy door really easily. Well, um, she went and grabbed that bell and she fell in the, I'm not even going to call it a hallway. I'm going to call it a hallette. um, it's just wide enough to have that. I mean, it's just long enough to have that set of closet doors that my daughter hit her head on. And I'm sure I've told this story before, but anyway, her head was bleeding so badly. Oh my goodness. She had to be, she needed stitches. Well, that was when they were experimenting with medical glue, and I think they were experimenting anyway, and it worked very well. Except for that, she's got, or at least she had a scar in the middle of her forehead, like Harry Potter. Seriously. I'm not kidding. Not lightning, not a lightning scar, just, I think, I think hers looked like a little check mark. But anyway, she had, this little scar. So, okay. Um, why was this grass in the way? No idea. Um, so anyway, she had this little scar, and, as she grew older, I know people say that people's heads are the same size they were when they were born. Yeah, bull. Because that scar went from being directly in the middle to a little to the side, more to the side, more to the side. Yeah, it's probably, over. Oh, yeah, that needs to be there, but that's not the point. That is so cool. So, so after the train thing, um, it's Lionel Trains if anybody's interested. What was the name of the video? Making a Lionel and Department 56 village. But it's DEPT dot for department and the and symbol for and. Okay. Anyway, so if anybody's interested, they can see that. How did I do that? Oh, yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, okay. Anyway, I give it a little bit of ambiance or maybe, I was gonna say, or maybe prison vibes, depending on, depending on if you're my husband or not. Yeah, I gave it a little bit of ambiance. Um, with certain things, he's like, that looks like a prison. It's like, gee, thanks for picking on my creativity. Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. So then we need this as well. Yeah. Okay. Not over the sidewalk, huh? Okay. Um, yeah, thanks to whoever wrote that line. I would not be saying, huh, like that if it wasn't for Uncle Jesse on Full House. So, it's not like a thanks, I'm very, very glad about that. It's a sarcastic. There's an episode where they're trying to change Michelle's diaper for the first time. And, some of the stuff that they do in that episode, you're like, how dumb can you get? And why, knowing that they don't have kids, would Danny have left those two with Michelle without telling them how to change a diaper? Okay. So I did finally find something to talk about, apparently. Other people's stuff. Yeah, I'm at a spot where I'm like, okay, do I want to do Test and Love next? Do I want to do Finding Love? Do I want to do Test and Love and Finding Love at the same time and totally confuse myself? I don't know. If anybody's got a suggestion to my problem, please let me know. I will probably bring it up to my sister as well. Because, like, I know this part of the story. And I didn't realize that part of this book that I'm working on, Lessons in Love, was in rough draft mode, but, I've fixed a lot of it. I don't know if I fixed everything, but I fixed a lot of it. Um, most of the typos that I'm unhappy with are the audio typos. The ones that, like I wasn't paying attention apparently, and I have Ashley saying whatever she said, and it said Ashley said, same voice. So I use a program called Speechelo to help me edit my books, and they're not paying me to advertise. It's just, they're a good program. They're not very good customer service when you have a problem with their program, because they told me to put my stuff into Notepad. I've got 365, and that's a great program. I love it. But yeah, they want me to put it in a Notepad first. So not only do I have to copy and paste into Notepad, but then I gotta copy paste from Notepad to to the thing. I'm already copying and pasting my story into into the Speechlo program. So anyway, they want me to do that. There's only one little problem. I haven't figured out if I have Notepad. And I think the answer's no. So, yeah, I'm not going in, on the internet and trying to download Notepad just so it'll supposedly say it right. I think they just don't want to admit that they're I think they just don't want to admit that it's not perfect. This is the part where it typically, in America anyway, this is a driveway part. You come from this direction, you go in there, and, Dang! I'm problems with my throat today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I mean, I usually have this problem. At least during the winter. So. Not the funnest problem, because when you're, when you're streaming, you want to sound professional. You want to sound like you're worth watching, And when you have that problem, people probably think you're sick and just, turn you off. I wouldn't do that. I like to listen to the whole thing. So yesterday, because of something that happened, apparently I don't even know what he was doing. So I'm like trying to find so much information on it. You know, so I know what happened. I know it's like none of my business necessarily, um, but I don't know if you watch Disney, um, Disney videos on YouTube at all, but, um, there was a content creator named, well, his thing was Adam the Woo. I think it was WOO. Anyway, and apparently on December 20th, something happened and he's unalived. So I don't know what happened because Park Pass didn't go into details. Chris on Park Pass did not go into details. Um, but yeah, he got a phone call from his friend and he's like, greeting him like normal, like, hey, hi. And it wasn't a hey, hi moment, you know. So he made a video to explain, why he might be um, less himself in upcoming videos for a little while, And Chris was crying the whole time, and I was just like, that is so brave. That is, you know, it, watching somebody grieve for their friend, you know, that's, it's not something I want to see every day, but, from him it was nice. So, anyway, I wanted to try to find out what happened. I only saw him in a few episodes, in a few videos, because, I apparently didn't subscribe to his channel, and, like, I don't know that I knew that he had one. And then I did know that he had one, and I don't know why I didn't, try to see what he had. But, but on, I want to say on a Park Pass video, he was on there, and, they were all in the Ferris wheel, um, on Disney's California Adventure. And you might hear people call it DCA. Anyway, they're all in that, but instead of being on the, um, I think Chris did this on purpose. Um, but instead of being on the static side where it was not going to move, they went on um, the side that, if you rock it, I mean, you can swing it. That's what I meant. You can swing it. So, I think it was, David from Fresh Baked. He was like, oh, heck no. Yeah. Um, I think he said he was afraid of heights, but he keeps going on the Ferris wheel to, see what they're building in the park. Because, the Ferris wheel is one of the tallest things in the park. So, like, if they're building something in a certain spot, he can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Helps if you have the correct brick. There we go. To change it to. It also helps if you don't bust open the part of the I looked up and the first thing I see is a big old stack of pancakes. Oh, that's what I started to say earlier, is that the Rose Parade, if you don't know, everything is made out of some kind of flowers or, stuff you can grow. It's mostly made out of flowers though. So, all of the floats you see, um, there's flowers and they go down the street and get judged, and anyway, it's pretty cool. And my husband has marched in that Rose Parade with the Fairfield High School band under the direction of Mr. Russ Campbell, who is no longer with us. And I don't like that because the newspaper at one point made Mr. Campbell sound like he was taking money out of the vending machine and using it for, personal stuff. And the whole point to the vending machine was just to, have some snacks in the, had like granola bars and candy bars and chips and stuff. And as far as I know, he did not take money from that, but his reputation was like soiled after that because somebody came up with that, oh no, he's on the take, he's taking the money out of the vending machine. I don't believe that. Okay. Um, anyway, I just wanted to know what happened. Because one of the videos made it look like a news report. I don't know if it was supposed to look like a news report, but it looked like a news report, and it had some YouTuber's name instead of like Fox News or something like that, and it wouldn't have said the woo. It would have said it probably would have said something like person dies. Oh, sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that. Unalives. I don't want to get in trouble. That's the only reason why I started saying unalive instead of, I don't want to get in trouble for, just saying what happened. But, like, I do feel like I want to know what happened. Was he on a ride and it broke down and he fell from a high height? Or was he doing the crocodile hunter thing and got too close? um, I always wondered why, how Steve Irwin did that, because he did get close to the crocodiles and everything. And then all of a sudden he's in the ocean and a stingray. And then years later, this season, in fact, we find out that his son is a very good dancer. And you can't yell spoiler alert because I did not tell you whether he won or not. If you haven't watched this season of Dancing with the Stars, you just have to find out on your own. It's on Disney Plus. Yeah, if you don't have Disney Plus, I think they said it's only $10 for the version with commercials. And it doesn't always come in a great, it doesn't always come with great timing, but that's how people used to watch TV, with commercials. Oh my goodness. So my husband's sitting there going, we really need to get the version without commercials. And I'm kind of doing that too, but I'm okay with, I'm okay with it on some things. I don't like it when you're watching, for example, Babes in Toyland, and all of a sudden there's a commercial, or you're watching Pirates of the Caribbean and there's a commercial. I don't like that, but I'll survive. I will survive. I will survive. Hey, hey. Okay. Oh, cool. Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore. Yeah, that ride, where you're soaring around the world, I think it is. Um, they're like updating it for they're updating it for, it being the 250th anniversary of America being America. And they were trying to figure out what are they going to put on there. Well, I said St. Louis Arch. But maybe instead of specifically doing the St. Louis Arch, although you're flying over it, so I don't see how you would do this, but there's a museum at the base of at the bottom of it. And actually, there's a part where you go underground. I don't know if I'd be able to do that. I mean, if it's okay, if it's like underground, but you don't feel all claustrophobic and stuff, then yeah, I could. But if it's like, sit, sit, thank you. He comes over, stands on my leg, and it hurts because he's standing on my leg. Yeah. Anyway, but if it's like, to where you feel like you're underground, then, that would not be good. I like to be able to look out the window and see the world every once in a while. And I was hoping it was gonna snow yesterday, but um, it didn't. Or at least it didn't stick. It was 32 degrees yesterday. So I was like, hey, maybe it'll snow. No. It's like, okay, so like I want it to snow. I'm disappointed that it's not snowing. But then on the other hand, I don't want my husband to crash. So it's kind of okay. Yeah, and like I'm adjusting these, uh, the exit too, because I don't think it actually went the way that I have it. I specifically remember you come off of one spot, uh, you come out of one parking spot and you had to, like drive that way and then get to the exit. I don't know if I'm right on that one, but I'm pretty sure. Because I didn't drive, you know, but I do take account of a lot of things when I'm out, especially if there's a person out there that looks less than, um, that, what I'm trying to say is that, if there's like a person that doesn't look um, like I want to talk to them, they could be the nicest person in the world, but, like, um, sometimes people just look like super grumpy. Would you stop that? Thank you. There. Oh, I built that to remind me that that's not a tree, obviously, but that's to remind me that I need to build a tree. I was looking at it going, what the heck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Would you stop that? Yeah. I realized that with certain people on YouTube, I don't know if they have a family until they mention somebody. Like, The Chronicles of Todd. They're a kitty cat series I watch on, on I'll make sense in a minute, I think. They're a kitty cat channel I watch on YouTube. I'm sorry, YouTube. My mind was just blanking out. But anyway, um, I didn't know if he had a wife until all of a sudden one day he mentioned her. And then, okay. Um, oh, yay. Okay. And then, no. I did that wrong. This. Oh. Darn it. Okay. We're gonna have to figure it out because usually it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I kind of wish sometimes that would be like it is on cartoon shows. You never see where the creepy bars go, but they do exist. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And then, like I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that 7 goes bam right here. So I don't like that, but and and we need to figure out how to get this we need to figure out how to get this like that way so we can get electricity to that or phones. I'm not sure. He wasn't sure. That's a TSMC build, the those. And or we could go that way and have um the pole go over here somewhere and then just hop it along until we get to that. I don't know. I don't know how we would do that. Anyways, 1, 2, 3 exits that I know of. Yeah, 4. I wanted 4 exits this time. I didn't know what really to do. I really didn't know what to do. Anyway, if I got any prayers out there, I keep, I keep asking prayers for certain situations, certain people, whatever. I'm sure if Adam the Woo had a family, they're um, upset that he's no longer with us, and they probably need prayers and all the people that he touched the lives of, that maybe you know that may be grieving, crying, upset that he's no longer with us. And I'm not very good at this emotional stuff, but I try. I try to say something nice and inspirational, like Chris would have said to us, because I watched his video and I know he was very upset, and because that was his friend, that was his buddy. Apparently, the Woo was like, friends with everybody, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I'm not saying that Chris is a very likable person. I'm not saying that like he was friends with everybody and Chris didn't deserve it or something like that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm happy that they were friends. I don't know if this should be. Yeah, I think this should be this. Um, at first I was like, I don't know, but then I was like, yeah, definitely ought to be. Okay. It's just morning nose. Okay. I mean, there's got to be something that we can talk about besides, but I do think um, people need prayers after this. Um, yeah. So 1, 2, 3. So I'm like super happy, and I'm feeling like okay. So I'm feeling like um. I'm feeling like, me being happy about being only 4 pages away from the end of my story is, you know, I'm almost feeling like it's not okay because, something bad happened last month. And then on the other hand, I'm like super happy because there's only a chapter or 2 left, and then I'll be done. And then I'll have to make the hard decision of, do I want to work on this or do I want to work on this? And it really is a hard decision because it's like, I want Jake's story to be out there for everybody to be able to read. But then on the other hand, um, I think that, I think that, um, like, I haven't developed book 6 enough to. I don't think I've developed book 6 enough to put it out there because there's not enough action stuff. I like I like to put some kind of drama in there, even if it's just, you know, even if it's just a character gets kidnapped and taken to a place that she really doesn't want to be, and then the hero comes and rescues her, and no, they're not all romance and sunshine and roses, just so you know. um, or like, a few times in my stories, enemy pirates come on board and they're doing something they shouldn't be. And then all of a sudden, they always put the guys in the brig. Well, the guys can escape their own brig. But, the guys can escape their own brig. It's just not necessarily right away. So then, all of a sudden they hear somebody scream and they're able to get loose and rescue the girls. I mean, the ladies. But, why did I do that? Just gonna have to put it right back in. That made sense. But, the other, no. Oh! Um, I'm not being paid to advertise this either, but, apparently, Random Land, I don't remember what kind of videos that they do either, but Random Land, they've got, hot sauce that they make. And, Amanda from Park Pass says it's good. Although Chris from Park Pass was saying it's too much spice for him. So, like, if you got a low tolerance level for spicy, you may not like it. And if you got a high tolerance like Amanda, you'll probably be perfectly fine. I did not taste it myself. Park Pass lives in Utah, and I live in Nevada, so we are not, you know, like he considers all of his viewers his friends, so we're friends that way, but not like you know, go over to their house Saturday night or something like that. Um, I've never been a social butterfly, so I don't know if they would, you know, if they would like to invite me, like if they had the opportunity to invite some people over, that they've never met, you know, I don't know if they would want to invite me because I'm just like not the social butterfly type. Ugh. Chris is always Chris from Park Pass. He's always saying, if you see me in the park and want to talk to me, just come on up. But then he's also like, but if you're a shy person, don't worry, I'll carry the conversation. I'm just like, if I was able to go to Disneyland, um, if I was able to go to Disneyland and he happened to be there, I'd be like, can we ride a ride together? Yeah. Yeah, it feels like he's a cousin or a friend that you haven't seen in a long time. Yeah. I like watching them. it's like they're trying to, I think they're trying to, not, like they like having their son with them when they go to Disneyland and stuff, but they're always streaming, they're always making videos, and they're, they're like trying to keep him off camera, but have him on camera, if that makes any sense. Um, but the other day, he's like, I really want to tell tell the audience something. And he did the important message part of it, and I liked it. I'm not saying, let him do it every single time, but, I liked it. So I told him, good job. I didn't know what else to say, but, I told him, good job, and um, yeah, so I really don't know whether to. I really don't know whether to do book 4 Finding Love or book 4 Test and Love. Um, it just happened to be that is the that's the words that came to mind when I came up with the when I came up with the story. I mean, that's the title that came to mind when I was trying to figure out what the title was after I wrote the story. And like Finding Love was actually figured out in the when I was still writing it, because he's trying to find his love. He knows Michelle's out there somewhere, and he's trying to find her. Um, and and I was probably, I think I was, um, not Quigley Down Under. Oh my goodness, Crocodile Dundee in the second movie, I think. Yeah, I think it's the second movie. Um, he's telling the guy. It might have been. No. Yeah, definitely the second movie. Never mind. Okay, so he's telling his friend that she's in there, um and I actually don't remember. But his friend goes, "How do you know she's still alive?" And he goes, "'Cause I can feel her in here." And he goes and puts his hand over his heart, Um, and he says that, if he even starts thinking that maybe she's hurt or in trouble, that, he gets all messed up in the head, and, he's going to be no good to her. So he's got to believe that she's still alive, and, she's okay. So I was probably thinking of that when I came up with, um, when I came up with the idea for, when I came up with, you have to find her. Because I was going to have her, I was going to have her be in a certain spot, and he was going to happen to be there. And that was it. Well, then I developed it even more. And, like I thought it was done. And then I was like, you know what? Mm-mm. This is not quite right. There needs to be more to it than that. So, um, so they moved to Australia because of her mom. And, um, her mom's basically okay, but, like stressful situations, um, one of the things is that Michelle explains to her mom and dad that she put the moves on Jake, not Jake put the moves on her. Jake's too much of a gentleman for that. Yeah, I wish that would have lined up a little bit different. Because if it would have lined up here, it wouldn't have looked as good, but it would make more sense. Instead of having, you know, you gotta squeeze through the here. Because normally you drive your car right. See, there's the problem right there. You usually drive it right here, in the middle. But there's this big old pole here. So you'd have to drive more toward the middle, which is okay. There's enough room and all. But I don't like the idea. Well, so I want to get Jake's story, figured out, and then Luke's story, but there's also Test and Love that needs to be figured out because that's, the next book in the part of the series I'm working on right now. So it's like, which one do I want to do? I don't know. Or do I want to do a chapter of each and then the second chapter of each and then, you know, I think I could do it. But I think it would be confusing. And usually I only have one story up at a time. And I'm kind of afraid that I would go in that I would be thinking I'm doing the one story and actually be doing the other story and putting it together in the wrong spot. I don't know. Yeah, so my husband was talking this morning, um, like he wants to get another pair of slippers because, his fell apart. He's a tall guy. He walks through slippers a lot. Um, bedroom slippers. Yeah, those kind of slippers. Um, anyway, he walks through them a lot. So, well, I think I will go this direction with it. Okay, I'm gonna put, if there's 4 exits, I'm gonna put the sidewalk next. After the other side, after the now left side of parking spaces. I'm not entirely sure that that's exactly how it looked, but it'll do. I like it the way it is, the way I built it. So, okay, nobody's tried to talk to me yet. Just saying. I want to be able to get some more food, but every time we go to buy food, I'm like, there's nothing that I really want. So I've been eating a, say, handful of Cheez-Its. Um, you know, uh, like over the last few days, I've been eating like, say, a handful of Cheez-Its. And they have not affected me. So I'm like, yeah. Because they're cheese. So I'm like, maybe I can have some more stuff with cheese. Um, I don't want to do too much, but, like maybe I can have a few more things with cheese and. Maybe I'm ready to try regular sliced cheese. I don't know, but maybe. Okay, wait a minute. This, 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. You would have more parking space over here. and then have the I'm just saying, but watching one of the YouTubers that you at least knew about, and knowing that they're not here anymore. It's kind of like when my uncle passed away, except for he passed away on Christmas. But it's like when my uncle passed away. Um, it feels like that. Like I didn't know my uncle. I did not know my uncle at all whatsoever. I did not know my uncle, but I knew that um, I knew he existed. So, wait a minute. Why am I doing? No. Okay, hold on. We gotta figure this out. I mean, we got it figured out. We just need to figure it better. Okay. So this is the road. I mean, the parking space. But, it's like it's like an uncle that you haven't met because he lives in a different state. In my case, Arizona. Um, but, because he lives in a different state, and, like, all of a sudden you find out that he's unalived, It just feels weird because you've known about this person forever and you think you ought to be upset about it, but you're kind of not because you didn't know them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then you're wondering why you're not more upset, because that's a family member. And yeah. The other thing is that, like, I don't know what happened to, I don't know what happened to this person. I don't know what happened to Adam. And, like, wild, crazy ideas are popping into my head because, it said Florida. So, like, was he on a ride and it broke down? Was he, playing Crocodile Hunter and, got bit? Or, um, um, was he rock climbing and slipped? Or, I don't know. I haven't watched the other video that I saved for that, so, I just want to know for my own meanness, um, I'm one of those, I'm kind of one of those people that has to know, because, like, you just don't, yeah, like, you just don't be not alive anymore. If that makes sense. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. I fit it all in there. Okay, so I have to go and figure out how I get this right then. I guess this will have to be 5 because then we can have the 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I felt, I don't know, I don't, I don't know, I felt kind of a little bit silly because I'm upset that this person's not alive anymore, and I didn't even take the time to watch their videos, and I'm not sure why. And now I can't. Actually, I don't think I knew what his name was until, more recently. Um, I think I learned his name last year, 2025, so I don't know. Anyway, like I feel bad for his family because he's not there anymore. And I feel bad that he's probably gonna get lost in, you know, not all the videos that people are making, and they're gonna be like, um, people that, all of a sudden start watching his stuff for the first time are gonna be thinking that he's gonna be making new content, and that's not gonna happen. You know, I don't know. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Yeah, I guess I'll make it a 5 instead of a 4. And try to, in efforts to make it, um, in efforts to make it work the way it's supposed to. I'm sorry to all you people who love trees, but I mean, to all my viewers who love trees, but the tree is in the way. And the trees on the lower ground, it kind of feels like, I think it's Lord of the Rings, where there's like the upper ground and the lower ground or something like that. I haven't seen them. Um, well, I like saw a part of one. Oh wait, no. It's wait, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, that's not the way I wanted it. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. Yeah, okay. I think. Yeah, that's. This is not going to be where the high school ends, by the way. I don't think it will anyway. Um, I really don't think it will. Okay. Actually, there's supposed to be a. Cheap Viewers is trying to talk to me. No, I'm not talking to cheap viewer sellers because I'm going to get my viewers legitimately or not at all. I'm not buying people that just, it feels like a form of human trafficking, and I'm like, no, ain't doing it. Okay, so we are gonna continue doing this. We got to figure out that last piece of the we've got to figure out the last piece of the parking lot there. And then we can maybe finally start building some classrooms. So yesterday, the whole reason why I brought up what happened is that yesterday, in effort to maybe maybe be able to find out what happened, I went and put all the Park Pass videos together. Although I would think that he would probably, want to be respectful of the family and not share what happened. But I found, another video. I'm going to watch that sometime today, I'm sure, and see if it says. I just want to know. I'm not going to be like spamming all over the, all over the internet or anything. I mean, obviously somebody else did, but, I just want to know what happened. Was this a preventable thing, or was it cancer, or, what was it? I mean, if it was like, I don't know that Florida has, rocks to climb. I've never been there. But, if it was like a rock climbing accident and he just, thought he had a good hold and didn't, and then, and it could have been prevented, but, I don't know. I don't know what I would do with that information. I just want to know. But it's not okay. It's not like on Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull, and I want to know. No, It's not like that. If I don't find out, it'll be totally fine. Because I don't think that she was. I don't think that that lady was alive anymore after she got the knowledge. That one, okay, so everybody thought that Shia LaBeouf was going to be the next Indiana Jones. But the way they set it up, he wasn't. How rude. Of course, I think that somebody in the Hollywood world has not realized that he's not that little dorky kid that he played on Even Stevens, He can play other roles, and I think he wants to. He was on Transformers, you know? And maybe he didn't want to be the dorky kid on maybe he was like Elvis Presley where he wanted to do serious roles, but they're like, you're a singer, so you're going to be a singer. And excuse me, but when did. Okay, so I heard, um, mostly through TV shows, I think, but I heard that, if you were a good gymnast, that Russia's like, you're going to be a gymnast. And if you're a good ballerina, you're a ballerina. They didn't give you a choice. I don't know if that's true or not. Because like I said, wait a minute, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so, like I said, I don't know that that's true, but that's the way the TV shows are always saying it happened. Like if you're a good gymnast, you know, you're a gymnast. If you're a good ballerina, you're a ballerina. Whatever. Um, examples of what I am specific. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, examples of the TV show that the TV shows that I'm talking about. There was a gymnast on the 5th season of the Dukes of Hazzard, and she wanted to um, be an American citizen. And I think that's what the deal was. Um, or she just wanted to, be away from her country because, they set the limits of, you want to be this person. You're good at this thing, you're going to be that thing. Anyway, and then on an episode of Murder, She Wrote, I know that is such a bad example, but it's a really good example because they were ballerinas in a play, and I think it was. I think it. Um, I want to say it's one of those plays that we haven't done in years, so it shouldn't be done. But I think that was actually another episode. But anyway, um, the in that one the friend got jealous because her her friend and her ex-boyfriend got together and they love each other, and so the friend was gonna so the friend did something bad, and um I don't remember that one well enough at the moment to even remember who was the victim, but but anyway, that was another one because because in that one the he used to work for the KGB, I think was the storyline. So he used to work for the KGB. So or he did at the in the episode, something like that. I don't know. Anyway, I can't remember right now. Um, but that's another example of somebody getting told what they were gonna do in life instead of being allowed to choose. Because maybe you're really good at ballet, but you want to be a rocket scientist or something. Or you're really good at gymnastics, but I don't know why. Those are the only two examples I can think of. But but maybe you're really good at gymnastics, but you don't want to do gymnastics. You want to be a computer person, you know? Like maybe gymnastics isn't just the thing you do. Maybe you're really um you're really smart and want to do something with computers. Maybe you're the person who's gonna fix my problem with Microsoft, and my problem is that I was trying to ask a very specific question, and it's not in the book. There's a book out there, 365 for Dummies, or maybe it was just Word for Dummies. But anyway, it didn't have the answer to my question. I called up the tech guy. No answer to my question. The guy fixed it to where I've got a example book of how to do it, but sometimes when you try to copy and paste it, it doesn't work the way it's supposed to. So that doesn't help. I thought I knew how to do it, and then so we kind of parted ways, and it was okay, but what the heck was that? Okay, so in this video, I think they were in Florida. I'm not entirely sure. It looked like they were riding the Tron ride. And Chris was so doing a, that scene, that totally famous scene from Titanic. I'm flying! Doing something like that, but on the ride. I'm sorry, I did not mean to make Rose sound like Minnie Mouse, though. So when I do my videos for Dreamlight Valley, I usually read the voices as close to I don't understand that. Anyway, as close to their voice as possible. Sometimes my throat starts hurting after a while, and I'm having to go and say, I'm sorry, I'm not going to use that voice anymore. But a lot of the times I can get through all the dialogue, and I do pretty good. I'm not saying that I'm excellent, but I do pretty good. Oh, must have been a cheese pizza. I wonder if she knows that she can get pineapples and stuff on it too. So Chris from this video is Chris from Park Pass. Their channel is Park Pass, but Chris is usually the one, telling you all kinds of neat trivia for Disneyland, Anyway, but his wife does not eat meat. So, since she does not eat meat, Well, first of all, I'm wondering how the heck she, um, how the heck she does it because you're supposed to have protein and you get protein from meat. So, does she get like a protein supplement or something? Although I'm not saying eat it like every single meal, like my husband's family seems to think. Anyway, I'm trying to make this fancy and inviting, I think. I seriously thought that. I seriously thought we were going to be done before the timer runs out, Because I'm going to try to get off at 11 so I can finish the 4 pages. And then I'm probably going to get on Dreamlight Valley. I've still got some things to do on there. And apparently, they made it to where you can have the stalls in all the other biomes as well. So I want to go in and collect the fish from everywhere. Collect the gems and the flowers, stuff like that. I want to collect all that. Okay, now, no, not this side. We'd have to do it on this side. There's one problem. There's some portables. And portables are made with, we'll just make them out of this for now. They're not this close in, but I'm gonna have to do it that way. Like make a few more, maybe make a few more than what I was trying to go for. Something like that. So classrooms are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, that doesn't sound right. That was 13 with 11 in the... Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Fine. Oh, you know what? Okay, so this is supposed to be a gate. A big ol' gate. So, like, when there's, when there's prom, not prom, oh, so there wouldn't be able to be a sidewalk here. Well, I guess you drive up on the sidewalk and then you go that way. I don't know, something. It probably wouldn't be right there, though, is what I'm saying. Or it would be flat right here, like the driveway. I don't know. Anyway, I just know that, like for the homecoming game, you drive your car through here, and then you do this, and I don't know where they were driving the car, but you'd probably drive it here, or maybe they drove it over. Maybe they drove it over the field. I don't know. I was never there for that one. But, you drive it down here. Probably not as fast as I'm going right now, but, and then you go out, go out the other side, or do a double download thing. I don't know. But I don't think there was an opening over here, so I don't know. I don't know. I just know that we need to build some classrooms. But like I said, it wasn't really right here. It really wasn't. Okay, so I said, well, the entrance would have been that way. Okay, the entrance would have been, or was it that way? We need to figure that out. Let's say the entrance was that way, actually. The way that the thing's pointing. I want to say it was that way. I don't remember. I remembered at the time that I built it last, but here, we're going to use stone for now. We're probably going to change it. And again, I'm apologizing to everybody who really loves trees. They're just in the way. Not in the way like I'm going to take down every single tree, just I'm trying to take down at least the top of it. Hello? Well, they didn't talk to me. Every once in a while I try to answer it, just in case it's like, bill collector or... But I haven't gotten bill collectors. Which is good. Anyway, see, I'm only trying to take out the tree from the stone line here. Anything stone line or higher, the tree needs to go. But underneath, the tree's still going to be here. So we have a whole lot of trees. They're going to be under that line. So you don't actually have to worry about the trees. I don't know how I would actually get them to, like if I was going to do this in real life, I don't know how I would get it to do it. But, yeah, it'll be nice when it's done, kind of thing, and I'll be happy. Yeah, I'll be very, very happy, I think. What the heck is that? Or where the heck is that is more an appropriate question. Oh! Okay, so I think they're in Disney California Adventure. And I think they're in Disney California Adventure. And See, it keeps coming up 866, 855, as the area code, and I'm like, I don't know where that is. It's not in Nevada, or at least not in our part of Nevada. So, like the only people who would be trying to call me are people that I already have um in my contact list. So, why do I need to talk to this random stranger person who's probably going to try to scam me into signing up for Medicare or final expenses or something like that? That's another thing I would like to do with my money. I'd like to be able to just, have a savings account where that money is sitting there gaining interest, and like I would go and talk to somebody about how much a funeral costs nowadays, and then have it in that savings account. So when one of us is about to go, we can afford it because it would be always always gaining interest. So if the cost goes up, then we should have enough money to cover it. And I don't know if this is true everywhere, but apparently um apparently my aunts were able to um okay, so they had a jar at my mom's house because when uh two of my cousins passed away before they had a chance to really be old enough to enjoy life, but so they didn't have headstones on their, they just had something. I don't even know what. But so they were saving up for that, and they had it at my mom's house, so it didn't get spent, which was great. Um, and eventually they got them, they got a headstone, and they were the thing was that they were allowed to make payments. I think they had to come up with a certain amount of money, and then they were allowed to make payments after that. And I don't think some people know that maybe their place might do that. I don't know if they do that, um, but they might. You know. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we at least need 2 more. And like I said, I'm gonna. That can't be Disney Cup. Yeah, it is. It looked like one of the geysers from when they went to Yellowstone or something like that. But it's the um it was the part where the diver, you press a certain button, and he's supposed to bring up the treasure or something like that. I may be getting that wrong. But anyway, um and I think they keep saying it doesn't work. I don't know. I I'm not like, I'm interested in going to DCA, but, like, if I'm going to be traveling all that way, because, it's 6 hours to get to where my sister's house was, and then another 3 hours to get to Disneyland. So, if I'm going to be going all that way, I want to go to Disneyland, you know? You know, at Disneyland, there's a lot more stuff to do. But on the other hand, I think it wouldn't. I think if me and my husband ever get to go, that we're gonna want to do both because, first of all, I want to go on that Cars ride. Anyway, so first of all, I want to go on that Cars ride, and then second of all, actually, I wanted more grass over here too, because you know, not as much as the other side, but I do want some, like, I don't know. Yeah, like 4. Because, for each of the classrooms, not the portables, but for each of the classrooms, there was a little bit of grass around them, you know, make it feel less like a prison and more like a school, you know, or more like a fun place you would want to be. Yeah, that works. Okay. But then. Oh, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. I know. I just put this all in, and then I'm gonna take it out and put grass. Oh yeah, I needed to put the grass. Duh. Oh no. I am close, but I have no cigar. Hold on. Apparently, close but no cigar came from when you went to Carnival. Um, you'd get a cigar if you won the thing instead of. Yeah, I wanted to build one of those because that's what was there. I forgot. So this isn't right either. No. Okay, I'm being a doofus. Hold on. What is that? I know, you're saying, hey, you put 2 of them in here. Yeah. Oh, I think he's talking about the 6 castles. Because he's got, you know, Paris, Florida, California, whatever else was on that. Because, Tokyo. Tokyo was on there. Because the other year, 2024? Or was it 2025? I think it was 2024. Anyway, they had a 6 castle summer, and so they went to every single one of the Disney parks that had a castle. And I thought it was pretty cool. Actually, the grass was probably more than that. The right here part. I think the grass was more than that. Like a 4 grass instead of a 2 grass. Anyway, so so yeah, a few days before Christmas, I think it was, my uncle calls up and he says they kicked cancer's butt again. So, amen to that, but he said, like, if it attacks again, he's probably not going to be able to fight it financially. And I'm hoping, well, I'm hoping and praying for book sales, so, like, if cancer does attack again, we can fight it with all we've got, you know? And I don't just want to do that for my uncle. I want to do that for, oh, well, my uncle and my aunt. I don't want to just do that for them. I want to do it for, you know, I would love to be able to do it for everybody who has that. And, like, I'm wondering what the heck with, you know, with my uncle. What the heck? You know, why him? You know, why? Rainy day in California, he chooses to go on the canoes. And that's not something you get in a whole lot of places. Um, you know, like when I think it's when it gets rainy in Disneyland, you don't get to ride the canoes. And if it's oh, well, I think that's one of the only other places that has the canoes. Um but anyway, you know, if it's rainy, you don't get the canoes. And apparently in Tokyo, they were like the friendliest people. I saw the video. They were like the friendliest people. And um I think they were the ones that were like, "You're filming. Just, you know, we'll paddle. You just, you know, talk. Do your thing." You know, and he felt like he was, you know, Chris felt like like he should be rowing, you know. Okay, so yeah. I got the parking lot done, and oh, we need to do the tennis court, but I can't exactly remember how to do the tennis court. I think, okay, I think a tennis court has markings on it, you know, like a basketball court, you know, it's got markings on it that you know are 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Um, you know, it's got markings on it, so you know it's a tennis court. Um, oh, and part of that is going to be a, you know, it just depends on where the buildings land, but part of that is actually going to be pathway. But I'm putting it in this way so I know what's in between. want to go to Disneyland. So I don't want to just take donations. I would rather you get something for your money. And so that's part of the reason why I keep saying, please buy my books. Because, that way you get something for the donation you're giving me, I'd rather... I'm serious. I'd rather it be that way. I mean, if you want to give donations, I don't exactly have anything set up for that, but if you want to give me donations so I can go to Disneyland one of these days, I can donate to cancer research and all that stuff, I wouldn't mind, but I'd really rather you get something for your money. I mean, besides content. But I don't, I don't know who, like I haven't sat down and tried to figure out who the best person is to donate to, to try to get rid of cancer. I just don't know. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the normal. But this is a portable. So 9, 10, 11, 12? Yeah, I think that's too high in the air. Yeah, that's better. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Now, I am going to make this easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 8, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Oh, wait, no. 20, I think it is. I didn't count it, remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I think it is 21 though. With the wall. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, 21 with the wall. Okay, perfect. So I was watching a video yesterday. I don't know how true it is, but there's a whole bunch of buildings that are, supposedly haunted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay. So one of them is Liberace's. Why did I do that? Is Liberace's house, and they had a picture of Lucille Ball on there, and they did not talk about her house at all whatsoever. It is clickbait. It is clickbait. I was like, okay, it could be true, but I seriously doubt it. And I was right. Yeah, it's clickbait. I will go and use this. Will I? I don't know. I think if we had a portable, it would probably have metal underneath it. Like steel or something. And see, that's what I use on my, I use the tough on here because it looks more like, steel or metal. Okay, and then I said 12. Dang, that's a small classroom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, that's 11. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, and I said 12, didn't I? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Yeah, so put the other wall there. It's one of those things where it's better to be safe than sorry, This is going to be a huge school. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, okay, I get now. I get it. 12. There you go. I don't know, last time it was reaching the ground and you could see the, you could see that it was reaching the ground. I mean, you had the ramp and all that, but, it just wasn't right. And then now it's gonna be, so. I don't know. Maybe we don't need that right there. Yeah. Maybe we just put that all the way around. So this might be reminding you of a mobile home. And that's kind of where I just decided the ideas from. Okay. We're gonna have to figure out. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how I did the inside of the house. I can't remember right now. The floor part. Specifically the floor part. We're gonna put in a... You know, because if we figure out the floor part, then we can figure out the window part. And if we figure out the window part, then we'll be good. Building a school building in the lightning. Isn't that fun? Yeah. You know, it's thundering, it's lightning outside, and we're building a school building. Yay. Sorry if this is bothering anybody. You know, with motion sickness. I'm sorry if this is bothering anybody. I mean, if that was bothering anybody. You know, I try not to do things that make me seasick on my streams, but okay, wait a minute. I said it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah. Okay. I think that's good. Not entirely sure. But I think it is. Okay, so what we're going to do is go on the inside of the school and see if this is 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yes. Okay, we're good. We're good. So, this is a portable classroom. Oh, the portables are going to have to be a little bit bigger. No, wait. Wait, that's 6. No. So, my husband this morning said that he wanted to get slippers. And that's good and all. It really is. You know, he needs slippers. I'm fine with that. You know what? I think this ought to be one up. Because there needs to be the floor. Yeah, see, that needs to be the floor. But, okay, so... Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it needs to be taller because that's the floor line. Yeah. Okay, so it'll make sense when we're done. if it doesn't right now. Okay, so 876. No, we didn't want that high. This is supposed to look like a mobile home pretty much, probably. Except for classroom. Yeah, that's the problem, because I would like to put this as, I don't want the stone as the floor. But maybe I could, I don't know. I'll figure out something. But yeah, the mobile, the portable, they call it. Or at least that's what they called it then. The portable will make the door right here. I think they call them portables because you can go and lift them up and move them to a different location if you need to. Okay, so this would be a pathway. Yeah, see, this is a pathway. That would be a pathway. I'm trying to do this as best as possible. We'll bring it to here. If I need a reference to anything, I do have another build where I built the school. I just, 1, 2, 3. I don't want to feel like I'm stuck using that same exact build. I'm trying to build a very specific school, but I don't want to feel like I need to build it the way I built it last time or else. Funny thing is that one of the things that got built right next to the high school was the TV station. TV station. 'Cause in one of my books, everyone thinks Sean did something bad because he's twins and Jesse was home at the time. Yeah, him and Jesse are twins, and Jesse was home, so that only leaves Sean. Well, then you find out something. That I'll leave you to figure out on your own. So there was only 2 of these. So I'm probably gonna build Pookies. Okay. Yeah, Pookies. See, because you only have that much of the... Well, if we don't make the sidewalk here, because that would make more sense to not make the sidewalk here, then, um, oh, I was about to ask you all what show had Lost Seneca. I'm saying it wrong now. I could say it in my head. Um, anyway, it was The Proud Family on the Disney Channel. Um, oh, speaking of that, oh my goodness. Okay, so I was getting driven nuts yesterday because I all of a sudden thought of a scene in a movie or a TV show. I thought it was a movie, and but ended up being a TV show. And the only thing I could remember is that there was a guy, and he said he had a migraine for, like 3 days or 3 weeks or something like that. And when he woke out of the migraine, he could speak Chinese. That's all I could remember. Then all of a sudden, I remembered there being a mirror and it having writing on it. So, okay, mirror with writing on it. That still didn't help me, but it came closer. And then all of a sudden, I remembered it was an episode of A-Team. The A-Team. Okay, so what we need to do is, okay, first of all, because I remember them having guardrails. Some kind of guardrails. So that's as close as we can get them. Um, oh, yeah, that's as close as we can get them. And then have um, then have the sidewalk. That's what it's called. It's called a sidewalk. Yay! Why do I go brainless during my stream? Driving me crazy. I would probably do that. Okay, I'm just saying, but I would probably do that if we were in the middle of Disneyland. I'd probably go, and that's that ride with the elephants, and it goes around and around, and and I'd probably totally forget. That's called Dumbo, which is funny because I was watching YouTube has parts of Family Feud, and it's like the stuff that is like so funny that it would just about be a crime to not put it in as a YouTube video. But one of the things was you know what? I don't know. Maybe it was movies. Something about Disney movies, I want to say. Anyway, and she said Dumbo, and Steve Harvey's looking at her like, what? It's like, obviously he's not up on his Disney movies. But maybe that's not important to him. Although, in my little world, it's a crime to not be up in your Disney movies. But, we'll give him a pass. He seems like such a nice person. I mean, except for when he's making fun of people, because, like, somebody will give an answer, and Steve Harvey thinks that's just the stupidest answer in the world, and then it's on the board, and 95% of the time he does not apologize. He like just totally made fun of it, but he does not apologize. Um, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. That doesn't work. So that's not 4. That is 3. So I need to move that whole thing over. You know, we want to make it look nice and you know, even though you don't like history class or math class. Um, oh yeah, I don't like algebra. I don't like that you have to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I don't like that you have to have algebra to get out of high school. Um, you know, I just don't understand it. And, you know, somebody decided that you have to have that. I literally got the lowest D minus without failing, and I think it's because, um, one of the teachers that was supposed to be teaching us had a nervous breakdown because of the way some of the students were acting. One, two, three, 4. I don't, I don't think it was, uh, you know, really super bad, like, unalive threats or something like that, but, just, she all of a sudden could not handle the students anymore. Of course, with the way some of them acted, I totally understand. I'm not trying to brag, and I'm definitely not lying, but I was a good student, so. There! I think that looks pretty nice. 1, 2, 3. We need to add one more, though. Okay. So, my mother-in-law got us a thing of, like, butter toffee. Yeah, I think it's butter toffee. Popcorn. And that stuff is good, but, it makes your fingers sticky. Wait, this was supposed to be the... Oh my goodness. 1, 2, 3. Oh, okay. So I did that wrong, but... Oh. Yeah, if I want to keep the tradition it was supposed to be, I think I did that wrong, because this is the grass, and then this is supposed to be the sidewalk. I got carried away. Let's finish this. We've only got 11 minutes, so we'll finish this. We'll sort out the disaster area a little bit later. Or we just have but that was the idea. We didn't want it backing the sidewalk. We wanted it backing grass, We want it to look nice. Okay, so anyway, I was trying to gather all of the Park Pass videos yesterday together. Like I've been getting upset because there's so many videos in that folder. There used to only be, like 100 or something like that because, there's like TSMC builds I haven't been able to build yet. That's the reason why I brought him up earlier, is that there's at least one build. I'm going to build it a slightly different because it's going to have walls instead of windows on the one side. But I'm going to use that as my apartments. And then, but I got to figure out where the end of this high school is first. Don't want to go and build a whole bunch of, um, don't want to go and build a whole bunch of the, the apartment complex and then find out you have to move it, 500 spaces or something. I don't even know what color the tennis court is. And technically, this school needs a football field and a soccer field. Because, it's only said. I gotta figure that out. Um, like maybe clarify it in another video or something. I mean, in another book, or add it to the next one, something like that. Sean was on the American, the American football team at the school. See, doesn't that look nice? And it's gonna have trees. It'll be nice. It'll be really nice. We do have a couple of spaces open over here. I don't know why. But let's go get the tree. We're just gonna have a regular tree, the oak tree. No, not down Cherry Street. Gotta go down Oak Street. Yeah, I named, except for that it's Cherry Grove. I named my streets after the trees. I didn't know what to name them. It works. I really didn't know what to name him. I was just like, what do I name it? What do I name it? And then I was like, yeah. Yeah. Came up with the idea to name after the trees, and it's like, okay. Except for Cherry Street, because Cherry Street is Cherry Street, because that's the street that I grew up on. For most of my life. We moved in when I was a baby because my mom, or my dad and my mama had they lived in an apartment that did not allow kids. I'm looking for a tree. I was about to ask myself, what am I looking for? I know dang well. Really? That I had every single one of those trees in a chest on this property here. Well, Maybe I thought I was done with them, so I moved them to the movie theater. That's the only thing I can think of. Is that I thought I was done with them and I moved them to the movie theater. The movie theater quite often gets things that the others don't have, or it might be on another street too. Um, hopefully, it is on a. Hopefully it's at the movie. Hopefully it's at the movie theater because I don't know where it would be otherwise, or at the house. The mansion could be there too. I don't actually know what trees that they have in um Ireland, and I'm just putting in whatever I like. Why did I do that? I don't know. Oh, I think I was gonna give it a stem. Um, Not a stem. Like the trunk, but metal. What's the matter, Sam? Sometimes he goes into the bedroom and he's like, I want brother out of that top spot. And brother's like, no. Um, my boy cats are Ben and Sam. And Sam turns into a little whiny butt sometimes. And you'd have to hear his meow. But, he turns into a little whiny butt and is like, what's the matter? And he will tell us. Not verbally, but, we'll say, show me. And he goes and shows us exactly what he's talking about. And that's really good because one of these days I think I want to get him those buttons that some of the other cats have. I think he would be very good at pressing the buttons at the right time after a while. Well, I guess it's going to be there then. Because I don't want it at the very end. So those are just going to have to be close together. Yeah, so I forgot that I wanted the... Yeah, I'm just going to have to move that over. I forgot that I wanted the sidewalk here. Because that's where it's supposed to be. There's supposed to be the grass, and then you're actually supposed to be able to walk in the grass, but I decided I didn't like that, so... Yeah, you're supposed to be able to walk on the grass, and I don't want to do it that way. So, it is officially 11. Okay, so I write books, and they are on Amazon in hardback, paperback, and ebook. And there will be 6 links in the description below. Just pick a link. It should take you right there. I think I finally fixed it, or I'm gonna have to fix it again. Um, that the only thing is that when I copy and paste it, it becomes a one continuous run-on sentence. And not even like one continuous run-on sentence. It just became, one line. Kind of like if you're trying to read pi, the number for pi, where it just keeps going and going and going and going and going. It was like that. And so I keep on having to break it up. And hopefully I've got that fixed, but maybe not. I have no idea. But anyway, however that's gonna go, um, it will be perfect when you try to click on the link. Um, and my books are the Rolling Sea Beginnings Book 1, Pirate's Daughter, the Rolling Sea Beginnings Book 2, Misfortune, the Rolling Sea Beginnings Book 3, Hard Times, later in the series, the Rolling Sea Traitor Book 1, Esperanza's Party, the Rolling Sea Traitor Book 2, The Island, and I am still working on, like I said, I only have 4 more pages to go on, I only have 4 pages to go on this chapter, and then I've got 1 or 2 chapters after that, and gotta work on them. I either didn't bother to break up the rest of the book, or I thought it all went together, so, it just seems like, a little under 40 pages. What did I say, 38 earlier? It seems like 38 pages would be a little much for one chapter. But like I said, I'm doing the 4 pages today, so that brings it down to 34. And then, like I said, I think there's 2 more chapters. Not entirely sure. Because I thought Sick Horse was the end of the book. But maybe there's Sick Horse and then there's Recovery or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what I would have called it. I probably would have called it Recovery or maybe I think that's part of the next book though. Um Sean comes up with an idea to capture his mysterious ninja, only so he comes up with a way to capture his mysterious ninja, but you gotta read the book to find out what actually happens. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, to see if he's wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Or should it be 5? I don't know. Either way, it should be 5 because remember I said that we needed an extra wall, so it didn't look like because you can't put the carpet on. You can't go and get a piece of carpet and put it on here so it's flat like that. So you have to have you have to have a wall there. And I am hungry. Oh my goodness. So yeah. As soon as I get off of here, I just want to fix this real quick. I wanted foregrass around the, I wanted foregrass around the portable, and I didn't do that over there, so we're moving it over here. This is gonna look a little strange because that's not what the wall looks like, but it'll make sense it makes sense in the end. Because in a normal portable, you just hang it on the wall, and you just hang the hold on. Nah. Okay. Thought I saw that it said a name, and then I'm like, no, it doesn't. Okay. Okay. That part's not going to be like that. It just... So this ends up being a little bit shorter than I wanted it to be. Because I don't want it to be into the... I don't want it to be into the... lights. Because there's usually a little bit of a gap between the chalkboard and the lights. That's a chalkboard, by the way. Would you stop that? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I just told the other part to stop that, and I did that on purpose so I could get it the way that I wanted it to be. Oh, no, that's the outside wall, so there'd be one of these here. Yes, there we go. I think that would be really awesome if somebody would hear me doing my voices and, at least offer me a job, like on a cartoon show or something like that, or or I'm not a Family Guy fan, but like, an episode of Family Guy, or if The Simpsons is still on, you know, just a little bit part, maybe the grocery store clerk or something like that. I'd be pretty happy with that. Okay, good. Okay, so that's 3. See, but this should be a nice bright room, and it's really not. So I built this like this because if I wanted to wire it with redstone one these days, I can. Okay. That's the reason. Yep. No, 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 no. Why did I put that wall back in? No idea. There I go being brainless again, you know? At least that's what it feels like. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. So, I love the ability to be able to press the button and just make it not answer the call. But on the other hand, what if I was trying to pick up my phone and found out my sister was trying to call me and I accidentally pressed the button? Well, I'd call her back, but you know. Just saying. What if? Or like if I had a boss. See, this isn't supposed to be what it looks like. It's supposed to look bright and chipper and pretty and yeah. But if you notice, it is really dark in here. Okay. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I don't like that when I'm trying to think of a movie or a TV show and I cannot think of what it was. And not my bailiwig or something like. I think that's what the line was. Not my bailiwig. Popped into my head, and I'm like, what's that from? See, I can remember weird stuff from a TV show or a movie, and then I'm like, what movie is it? Or what TV show is it? Maybe we had more portables than I think we did. Now that I think about it, because 'cause I remember that one of the science classrooms was a portable, and I remember that one of the math classrooms was a portable. So, there we go. So we're gonna have to bring that forward. We're gonna have to bring that forward and put the sidewalk over here somewhere. Okay, so how did we do this? Okay. we dun, 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 dun. But we also dun, dun, dun. And dun, dun, dun. Then we I'm sorry this is taking so long. Anyway, if you're watching me on Twitch right now, please follow and chat. And if you're watching me on YouTube right now, please like, share, comment, subscribe, notification bell, and we will end this as soon as we can. Oh, that's how we're gonna do it. Duh. Okay. This is how we do it. I like that part of the song. I don't know if I've heard the rest of it, but I like that part of the song. Well, I think it's so dark because not because it's dark outside, but because there needs to be windows. But I can't really put the windows in until I figure out where the... There we go. Okay, I can't really put the windows in until I figure out where the... Bless you! Where the seats are. My cat sneezed. If you happen to sneeze too, bless you. You know, some people say Gesundheit, or they just leave it. You know, they don't say anything at all. I think that is, you know, not necessarily okay for you to not say anything at all. Because it used to be, I mean, I don't know. I know that's not the way we think of it now. We think, you know, sneezing's just normal. But it used to be that they thought you had an evil spirit in you or something like that if you sneezed. So they'd do like horrible experiments on you to make you not sneeze ever again, you know? It's like, sneezing's just normal. I don't know if I got all the details right, but, you know, pretty close. Okay. And then grass. And doesn't that look nice? Doesn't it look beautiful? Ah, it's a masterpiece. No, I'm kidding. Totally kidding. Well, okay, so if I was going to build a school, I would have a solid foundation underneath even the portables. And nowadays I might even see if we can come up with sinkhole protection, you know, so there would not be a sinkhole ever. Because that would actually be, I mean, A, it would be scary, but B, that would be something that I'd be kind of worried about, as just a, you know, as just a, small precaution, you know. Earthquakes are not, they're not very, they're not very high on my list of things to be scared of, even though they're not pleasant. I don't really worry about it because, I've been in an earthquake. I survived. I was fine. There was a couple of times when I woke up in the middle of the night because the world was shaking and I just, kind of sat there and, I didn't like it, but just kind of sat there until it was over and then went back to sleep. Okay, let's put that bottom layer in and see what we need to come up with. Because we need 4 over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Please don't ask me why 4. I just decided that's the perfect number. When it comes to this kind of stuff. 5 usually feels too much, and five usually feels too much, and then 3 feels too little. So 4's in the exact spot that it needs to be. There we go. Okay. Now over here, yeah, we got it all. We got it. We're good. Well, we're almost good. We need to finish this over here. What are you doing? Probably trying to figure out how to get more water into his bowl. Bless you! That was a big sneeze. So Ben, I don't know if he's got seasonal allergies or what. He sneezes a lot, and the doctor was able to give him a shot, and he the problem is that when he sneezes, it gets yucky. That's how I'll say it. And the doctor was able to give him a shot, and he was fine. And he didn't sneeze yucky anymore. Well, we don't have the money to take him to the doctor right now. It's another reason why I would love to have my books actually selling. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Yay! 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyway, that's another reason why I would like to have my books selling, because then I could have. Oh, I've got to have a parking lot over here, and I don't know how I'm gonna do it because I don't think I have an. Do I have the add-on? Oh, wrong button. Sorry. I think I have the add-on, but I don't know if I have a fire hydrant. And I need a fire hydrant. Yeah, I have the add-on. Do I have a fire hydrant? See, I've got a basketball hoop. Not seeing one. Okay, so we got wooden cart wheel, wall horseshoe, table, stool, sofa, rocking chair 2, rocking chair 1, piano, miner's lantern, lamp, hat, deer antlers, chair, bull skull, bar. Looks like a bookshelf to me. Armchair, wanted poster 2, wanted poster 3, and wanted poster 1. How come they ended up in that order? I have no idea. Large cactus, wooden wall, ukulele. How is that spelled ukulele? Whatever. Those are all Western ones. And these are all tropical ones. From this on, table, surfboard, sun lounger. I think that's the lounge chairs that I used. Stool, sofa, parasol, palm tree, palm tree, palm tree, and palm tree. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Palm roof. Ooh, that might be good for an island build. Painting 3, painting 2, painting 1, life buoy, lamp, kitchen cabinet, hammock, grill, fruit basket, drink shelf. They really want us to drink over here. Chair, carpet, and then we go to security. That's a turret, table, stool, sofa, lab capsule, poster, metal gate. Ooh. Laser door, lamp, kitchen cabinet, CCTV security, carpet, cabinet, bed, armchair. And then we go to Roman, table, sofa. I think that's the sofa I like to use. I can't remember. Sculpture, railing, painting 4, 3, 2, and 1. Lamp, kitchen cabinet, golden toilet, golden bowl, golden bath, globe, column 4, 3, 2, and 1, carpet, bed, armchair. I think that's the one that I use. I don't know. TV, toy shelf, speakers, RGB Scorpion PC. Oh, I think that's the one where it's like an arcade game. It's all immersive. It's like set up to where you feel like you're in the... Wait, we moved away from... Okay, Roman. Oh, and then we're in RGB. Sorry. TV, toy shelf, speakers, RGB Scorpion PC, RGB table, RGB street lamp, RGB couch, painting 3, painting 2, painting 1, office chair, monitor, microphone, lighting, lamp, keyboard, Gaming PC. I don't remember that one. Okay. Gaming chair. Ceiling light. Carpet. Bed. Mouse. Monitor. Microphone. Laptop. Keyboard. Headphones. Gaming chair. Wait, gaming chair. There we go. Camera. And then for modern, wall shelf for plates, wooden wall figures, wooden shelf, wooden decorative partition. That's funny because that looks like a radiator. Toilet, toaster, desk, table, stove, stool, steel chandelier, glass table, sofa, sink, fridge, painting 2, painting 3, painting 1, microwave, lounge chair, lamp, kitchen ventilation, kitchen shelf, gym bench, garbage can, fruit vase, shower, cutting board, cutlery tray, pendant lamp, chair, cereal box, carpet, blender. That looks like a claw machine, but okay. They say it's a blender. Works for me. Bed. Dang. Okay. Bathtub, armchair, kitchen cabinet, hanging plant, garage door. That's the garage door I use. Clock. Medieval, wooden table, wooden cart, wooden box, vase, telescope, table, street lamp, sofa, painting 3, 2, and 1, outdoor bench. That's one of my favorites for Disneyland. Lantern, gold table, dresser, door, curtain right, curtain left, chandelier, chair, cauldron, candlestick, bucket, bear rug, barrel, table 2, table, swinging chair. Oh, that's for luxury. Hold on. Okay, it started right here. Luxury. Stool, sofa, plant 3, plant 2, plant 1, patterned wall, lamp, helipad, chandelier, carpet, cabinet, bed, armchair, aquarium. I didn't know we had an aquarium. Wooden partition. Oh, this is for Japan. Okay. Japan started here. Wooden partition, tea set, table, street lamp, statue, sofa, samurai armor. Well, samurai armor looks like it could be used as a... But they may get offended over there, so... Anyway, see, it's red. Yeah. It looks like it could be used as a fire hydrant, but I'm still holding out for an actual fire hydrant. Rocks, Lantern 3, 2, 1. Koi fish. Katana stand. Chest of drawers. Carpet. Bonsai. Looks way too big to be a bonsai, but okay. Pillow. Bamboo table. Bamboo stool. Bamboo armchair. That could be the one they use too. I don't know. Guidebook. Table. Supercomputer. Stool. Sofa. Scanner panel. Oh, this is, oh, okay. That into Japan. Guidebook. Furniture. That's all it says. And then futuristic. Table. Supercomputer. Stool. Sofa. Scanner panel. Robotic arm. Monitor. Lamp. Lab shelf. Glass partition. Floating chair. Drum kit. Computer. Carpet. Bunk bed. That's the bunk bed I use. Bed. Cushioned armchair. Armchair. And then we go to cute. So far we have not had a... No. We don't have one. We may have to make one up. Like, maybe if we can place this on the ground, use it as a... Yeah, we may have to do that. Anyway, we have Toy Shelf 2, Toy Shelf 1. We got a teddy bear. That's the teddy bear that I used in my Disneyland build. Swing. Stool. Sofa. Sandcastle. Rubber duck. Rocking horse. Poster. Nightstand. Lamp. Kitchen cabinet. Inflatable duck. Chair. Cat lamp. Carpet. Bed. Beach ball. Basketball hoop. You're supposed to be able to color stuff. So this is a color tool. That's a color bucket. I have no idea how to do that. And then we have actual Minecraft things. So ominous trial key and trial key. I just mentioned those because they were with the other stuff. You know, same row. Where am I? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Anyway, that's gonna be interesting. So I guess we're going till noon today. I don't want to go that far. Oh. Looks like he was into mountain biking also. Well, like I said, I've never heard that Florida had mountain bike places, so I don't know. Sorry, looking at the video real quick and seeing Adam on the screen, and it's just so weird to think that he's not with us. Of course, I didn't know him as the big YouTube sensation that a lot of other people did. I knew him as Chris's friend. So, yeah. You know, Chris from Park Pass. I knew him as his friend, and anyway, so there's a video on YouTube that I saved. It looks like um, somebody's telling the story of Adam the Woo. So, anyway, I can't wait to watch it. Might be a little sad, but I can't wait to watch it. And maybe I'll get a lot more videos out of my list. Yesterday I went and saved out all the very, very short ones. You know, the ones that are like 3 minutes and less. Something like that. And I was very happy that I did that because that knocked out a whole bunch of videos. Not enough, but it knocked out a whole bunch of them. It's not a you know, like they're not telling me I have too many videos saved or whatever. If they were gonna do that, they would do that with my videos. But like I keep, you know, um, I have the big old list of my videos, and they're all on YouTube to watch, so you can like watch the dorkiness of like my first videos where I was using the webcam and it looked like we were in the Joker's lair in Batman, the original series with Adam West and Burt Ward. You know, anyway, um, you know, you can watch that, and then you can also watch the ones where I got a little better and a little better, and you know. And then, you know, all the way up until, you know, yesterday. You can't watch what I'm doing today unless you're watching it live. Um, until I post it on YouTube later today. But yeah, it'll be great. Yeah, just please don't make fun of me. I don't think I can handle that. I know that some of my videos are very, very dorky looking because they were done with the webcam, or like they cut it off mysteriously because OBS Studio was not the best thing in the world at that time. You know, I tried the webcam, I tried OBS Studio. Oh, well, that was with OBS Studio. And that worked, but it didn't work as good as I wanted it to because for some reason it was off a little bit. Here, why don't we just put in Windows? We'll figure them out later. I mean, you know, we'll figure them out perfectly later. 1, 2, 3 we'll start out with. I don't know if this is how I had it before, and I don't really care. Maybe it should be, oh, great. Okay, fine. What did I do? 3? Okay. That looks pretty good. Oh, no, wait a minute. I got a better idea. Although I hope that's high enough up that if somebody decided to, have a gun and be mean to the teacher, that, they wouldn't get hurt too badly. That's something that probably would have happened in my school. And I don't think that people were understanding that students may have a hard time with certain classes, even though they do really good in other classes. But like me, I wasn't so great in um I wasn't so great in science class, but I was great in English class. Maybe not great because I didn't know those big words that the teacher wanted to hear. Like on the movie Grease 2. She wrote oh, I can't say what she wrote exactly, but um she she wrote something like Hamlet was having a big problem with her uh with his mother's kissing the uncle instead of grieving for her husband. And I've never read Hamlet. I don't think I could read Hamlet after trying to read Romeo and Juliet in school. I can okay, let me put it this way. I can barely watch Leonardo DiCaprio without being like, what? Yeah. Of course, Leonardo DiCaprio, that's a weird one because it says it's a sword and it's obviously not. We'll just put it that way. It's obviously not a sword, but they say it's a sword, so I want to say that was John Leguizamo who had that too. It just doesn't seem like a role he would have taken on because it's more of a serious role. But the only other thing I can remember him being in, sadly, because he's a good actor. But anyway, the only thing I can remember him being in is Super Mario Brothers. So oh, no. Okay, there we go. Anyway, so that's a portable. Gotta take this out though. Okay. So there would have been a window here, but it runs into the doorway, so that doesn't work. Yeah, that's gonna work. Student gets out of class and gets angry. They're gonna kick the glass and the glass is gonna go everywhere. No, that is not what we want to happen. There. Oh, no, that's not gonna work. And I'll tell you why. Mm, um... Because... Just gotta be careful because, you get your foot right here. That would not be good. But it probably wouldn't be looking like that, so... But I don't want it to look like it's I don't want it to look like it's a solid foundation. Yeah. Okay, so we got that classroom all done. We just gotta, we gotta put another one over here, and then build another one over there, and another one over there. It'll be like this. And then I think if we have room, we're gonna be putting the auto shop and well, they were up there by the gym. I was gonna say the art classes and the RTC and the auto shop. The auto shop might be able to go there, but because I don't know where that goes. I know it's my high school, but was I in auto shop? No. Okay, so we're gonna put in some grass and then we're gonna end the stream. Whether it's noon or not. Because I only put 8 to noon because sometimes I go over like today. And, I get like super excited about doing the build and, I try to get it done. And then, yeah. So, yeah, one of the things I've got to do while I'm eating, that looks a lot nicer than it did last time I built it. That looks a lot nicer. But anyway, while I'm eating, I think I have to see if there's any more Park Pass videos to put in the top part of the list. And if there is, then I'll put them in. And if there isn't, then I'll get a new theme. I've got a lot of different people I watch, so it won't be too hard to get a new theme. Like for a while there, I was taking all of the Don't Stop Meowing families videos and putting them in the playlist, or I could watch them one after another, after another, after another. And I do that because, I do that because it gets them at the list, and they're usually less than 30 minutes. So, it gets a lot of videos out at off the list at the same time. And I like that. So, anyway. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out the other side over there. The where the other portable goes. And, I don't know how we're gonna do that, but we're gonna end up doing it. I think that's a lot nicer portable than what I built last time. And it looks like a portable. I mean, technically, a portable has nothing underneath it. Right there. But I like the way it is. The way I built it. I really like that. Okay, so, yeah. We're just gonna fill this in real quick, I guess. And then I guess we'll fill in the 4 on the other side. And I wasn't gonna do this. Anyway, fill the 4 in on the other side. And then we'll definitely, because I need to go upstairs. And I'm very curious if that video says what happened, because I just want to know what happened. Not knowing is bugging me. Like, like the news said something about John Bonet being kidnapped or unalived or something like that. And nobody knew what happened. So, so, all we know is that she was like the victim of, beauty pageant mom. I mean, I'm not saying that the mom did it. I'm just saying that, she she went to beauty pageants because, her parents wanted her in them. Did she want to be there? I don't know. Oh, and I just realized that I put the sidewalk in and I did not put a way to get around the school. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's another times, that's another times thought pattern here. Yeah, so that needs to go that way. I'll get it set up. I'm not going to understand why I did this, though. If I do this later. I just got to figure out how big the tennis courts are and build them. Yep. Okay. Never mind. Let me just finish it real quick. I'm sorry. I will I will turn it off. I promise. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so we'll have backgammon and we'll have backgammon and Roblox. I'm sorry to that person who wanted me to play Zoo Tycoon. I like the concept of Zoo Tycoon. I do not like having to pick up the garbage every 5 seconds. So I will probably not be playing it anymore. I feel bad because I don't play it and it's on my list of stuff to play, so stuff I could play. I like feeding the animals. I like, trying to make their habitats all good and everything, but the problem is that you can't go and say have this this person monitoring this animal and this person monitoring this animal and taking care of them. You have to do it all yourself. So you're over on the far side of the park from where an animal decides that it decides that an animal needs food or an animal needs some kind of care, and it's like, I don't know what to do. So you teleport over there and you're stuck over there on that side and you still didn't get to the animals on this side, And the what was it? The rhinoceros or something like that. Was it the gorillas? We'll go with the gorillas. Always need more food. No, it was the hippos. Yeah, I just remembered. Sorry. It's the hippos. They always need more food. You could have just fed them, a minute ago, and it'll pop up saying that they need food. So it's annoying, but yeah. Okay. Anyway, We will pretend that we want it to go that way. What the heck is it with corners? All of a sudden. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I've got all this room to build the tennis courts. And if I have to put in a few more courts than what I had before, 1, 2, 3, 4, so be it. Anyway, I need to go upstairs and need to eat and work on my story. I'm almost done. Okay, so I have 4 pages and a couple of paragraphs actually. Short, very short paragraphs. Nothing long-winded or anything. But yeah, I've got that, and all I have to do is finish it. That's all I have to do. Finish it. You know what? See, I don't like the idea that it didn't have enough walkways to get to the... It either doesn't have enough walkways or it didn't have any walkways to get to the actual parking lot itself. And I don't like that, so I went and, did this. Here. Why am I doing it that way when I could do it this way and it would be more efficient? What the heck? Just goes and blows off course. That's what a ship does sometimes. Or what it used to do sometimes, I should say. Now they're all, electronic and it would not blow off course because they don't have a sail. And I think when they did blow off course, it was it was, like there was a storm. I want to know how anybody could tell where they were going or even now. I want to know how people know where they're going when they're going across the ocean, because it's a bunch of ocean. It's not, there's usually no land in sight if you get out far enough. And how? I know you got the computers and instruments and stuff, but, seriously, how? Okay, so we will park ourselves right here on top of this and hope that we remember that we were putting in trees and putting in portables and stuff. Actually, we're going to park ourselves right here. Yeah, I will probably go, what, am I in a house? And then I'll go, oh yeah, it's a classroom. Anyway, I need one facing this way. Hold on. Okay. I need one facing that, with the doorway facing that portable over there. And then I need another one, backing this one. So it's probably only going to have, it's probably only going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bleh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's only gonna have windows on one side. 9, 10, 11, 12. Yay. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Assuming that, okay, never assume. Like I said, people have gotten hurt because they assumed that they're going to cross the street and be perfectly fine. I do not recommend doing that. You know, I don't know if I want that or not. I'm looking at it going, I don't like the gap. So I guess that kind of answers my question. And there was a, just a fun fact for you. There was a actress who was Elvis Presley's wife at one point. Wait, 1, 2, 3 then, okay. I think, I'm pretty sure she was, Elvis Presley's wife at one point in time. And she played Batgirl. On that original Batman TV show. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And then we just have to figure out this, which will be this and this. And then take out the middle part, because otherwise students won't be able to go to school. Ask them if they care. No, but, you know. Well, some of them were like, yeah, let's go. But others were like, I don't care if I can't get to the classroom. Yeah. There. Now I can make the other one. Okay. Okay. I will see you in the next stream or video.